Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream. We're live, we're doing it. Synthetic versus Valors GG. The 5th place decider, which will also determine who will qualify for a spot in relegation in a shot at Premier. So there's more at stake here than some of you may have assumed initially. This is where dreams are made right here, boys. We are officially underway for map 1. Inferno is live. Can Synthetic get things started strong on the offensive side, or is this 4-man stack down middle from Valors gonna pay off? Led by Tensky, initial USP headshot landed onto Graha. Garrett already making his way through underpass from Alt, finds one. His teammate Tender letting another headshot there at middle. Legacy good for 2. Jay trades back, but ultimately Legacy did take him out on the final trade there. Use the only Valors player remaining here. P2000 in hand, bomb has been planted. Not sure if he has that info about just how low Taiwi and Tender are right now. 13 HP and 6 HP. Use still clearing all his angles here from Boiler, to balcony. But I don't think he's going to have the time or spacing to pull this off. Does hit a nice little headshot there before he falls back to save the P2K. But ultimately the bomb will officially detonate. First pistol round will go to the side of Synthetic. See if Valors decides to force up here. Been seeing a lot of force buys. And some of the casts we were doing earlier today for IEM. Oh, and those 4 spies are carrying over to ESCA. 5 Desert Eagles being bought by Valors here. I think my dog has spotted some sort of animal outside, so you'll have to excuse any of that barking you may hear. Valors spread out quite a bit with these deagles, but not getting too aggressive quite yet. In Cred, just as I say that, peeks out top mid. Garrett there to intercept him, welcoming him with open arms into that Mag 10. Jay with a nice deagle headshot through the smoke at mid. That was some magic there from Jay. Let's see if he can get one more of those. Use about to make contact potentially here. Top banana entry to B site. Use boosted barrels here, looking to get one Graha down, and Use! Oh Lord! 2 deagle headshots coming in, looking for more. He's gonna finish off the final player of Sin there. Big 4K from Use at the B site, and I kind of jumped out of my chair there. The homie Use, ex-GGPR player, going big there. Big respect still for you, Use. Gonna need that to be clipped. Synthetic now going to be the side forcing up for Desert Eagles and a Tech 9. Looking for contact to banana, he finds it. Graha gonna get traded out there by Melio, but Synthetic still needs to go back and get that C4. They do. Legacy bringing the bomb towards the B site now. Still a one-man advantage here for Sin. 45 seconds on the clock. And Cred still over here at construction. Makes the initial peek past Coffin. Garrett down. Bomb is fake planted. It still hasn't been planted yet. Muse keeping an eye on CT. Spawn Tender walking right into his crosshairs there. He's good for another, and the final kill onto Tyway is made there in sight. And it looked like it could have gone Synthetic's way there for a moment, but didn't quite have the health or spacing to work with, and Valors has recaptured the lead by a single round. Tensky pushing down. Banana joined by Melio. Melio does find one. Couple nice offensive trades going out, though. Not trades, excuse me. Some picks at mid there. Tensky does trade back at Banana, but say Synthetic still with a chance to do something here, but maybe not anymore. Use connecting on Garrett there down towards T ramp. It's going to be only Tender remaining for the terrorist side. A Desert Eagle and a Dream. Here's those footsteps right here at mid in front of him. Can he connect on at least one? Not going to be able to do so. Tensky going to finish him off, and Valors, the talented Canadian squad, now leading 3-1. This is a best of 3. So this is not a pressure cooker best of 1 like some of those IEM qualifier matches. I feel like a best of 1 straight up harder than a BO3. Synthetic allowing some time off the clock here, really not making any bold moves quite yet. They've got the bomb seated at a safe spot behind T ramp. Tywee looking for contact at Banana, but still not finding any. Now with only 55 seconds remaining, Synthetic gonna have to get something going here. It's still a one-man advantage for Valors as time continues to get shaved off the clock here. Using a very sneaky position in pit, behind and below the back of balcony railing there, and Cred with a nice shot at mid, but does immediately get traded out. Synthetic gonna be committing to the A side. Use gonna have to get at least one here, but he's got too many angles to deal with. Tender gonna take him out with the Galil, and it's Tensky and Melio set to potentially retake. They might decide to save this though. Let's see if they can get that first pick going. Melio peeks into sight, finds Garrett on default corner, but ultimately Tender and Legacy able to outlast Synthetic. Now back to within a single round of potentially tying this up, and Valor's not in an ideal economic scenario here. Looks like a timeout will be taken. Really might have been taken by either team here. I don't believe I have access to the logs at the moment. Let me double check. So yeah, I can't confirm, but I That might have been a Valor's timeout as they discussed what to buy here. Looks like Valor's is going to go for the Force and Cred with the AWP in hand as well. Live play will be resuming. Let's see if this bet of Valor's pays off this round. This Force is going to play out in their favor or not. It's really resting a lot of pressure on Incred here to do something with that AWP. As good as Hughes is, you can't just expect him to, you know, get another 4K here. I know he just went ham with that Deagle, but can't put all the pressure on him to hold A here. Does have a nice little crossfire going with J at mid, but like I said, I think this round is ultimately going to be determined by Incred, and if he can get at least a off stop at the A side. Synthetic does look like they're falling back to rotate towards A, now giving up their banana position. And Incred making me look good there. Nice little peek at mid, connects on the op shot, Garrett down. 35 seconds on the clock, and Valor's in a pretty good position to hold things defensively. They already have 3B, and it looks like Synthetic does want to rotate back towards B. This is certainly going to be a B commit. They already have the bomb here at the end of Banana. Only 20 seconds on the clock. Synthetic with no time to turn around. They're forced to try to clear the B side. Tensky backside able to get one Deagle headshot. Looks for more. Connects on another. Looking for a third. Who's this guy think he is? He thinks he's used, but dies after 2 kills. Couple trades going out. Tender good for another AK-47 headshot. Emilio down. Timer will expire. Tender somehow going to survive there in the back side. Will be able to save that AK-47. But ultimately, Valor's back up by 2 rounds here on map 1. Nades popping off at the end of Banana here, and that's going to lead to the demise of both Tensky and Emilio there at the B site. Not a good start to the round for Valors. Synthetic does not have the C4 with them at the moment, though, so Valor is still with some time to swing this in their favor. Use on the rotation, but Legacy just patiently awaiting him there at cross. Garrett finally inbound to B with the C4. Will get it planted here at Coffin. Jay and Incred going to be forced to save regardless. So barring some sort of server tragedy, this is going to be a 3rd round going the way of Synthetic, and we might be in store for a bit of a back and forth here on Inferno. Raha gonna chase Incred down there at the end, so Valor's not going to be able to save anything, and also left without any cash to utilize here in round 8. Valor's going to force buy regardless. That's going to be 550 caliber pistols being bought here on the CT side. Synthetic going to be using an op offensively here in the hands of Legacy. Raha did have to settle for that Galil, but Valors still going to be heavily out-weaponed here by Sin, but used regardless. Gets things rolling for the CT side. Deagle headshot landed there in A Hall's. Taiwi responds with the trade. Synthetic good for another pick here at the A site. And that's going to send the remaining B player of Valors rotating back to A. Although this really hasn't been a full commit to A yet. Bomb's actually still back at the bottom of mid. Legacy patiently holding top mid, checking that left-hand side. Tensky just going to walk right into his crosshairs there. Legacy looking to clear out right-hand side towards quad. Not going to be able to do so. Melio able to get 2 more with the Deagle. Make that 4 for Melio. And he's matching the intensity set forth by Hughes a few rounds ago with his Deagle 4K. And Valor's apparently been practicing their Desert Eagle aim maps. Valor is going to be better on their force buys than their rifle rounds this map. Synthetic allowing some time off the clock once more as they take control of Banana, but Tender, the lurker, making his way to the end of A Hall. Excuse me, right there at balcony, lands that Deagle headshot. So will the distraction at A be just enough for Sin to make their way into the B site? Still unclear as Tensky makes that peek into Banana. Good for 1 with the MP9. Does get traded out. It'll be a 1-man advantage for Sin here as they make their way onto the B side, but Melio looking to go big again. Takes out 2 with the A1S before getting traded out. Another pair of trades go out. Tender left in a 1v1 versus Hughes here. He will get the C4 planted at the B site. Gonna fall back to default back site with that AWP. Hughes sneakily making his way towards the entry stairs of B site with that A1S and a nice peek from top ledge. That was the perfect angle to go for that. And Hughes getting a little excited there, lighting that corpse up with the no scopes. Gonna get the defuse off. And that will indeed be a 6th round secured for Valors here on that one. Synthetic trying to get back into the swing of things here, but they weren't left with a lot of money to work with this round. They did force up regardless, but they've only got 1 rifle to work with. That's a Galil in the hands of Tender. 2 MAC-10s, a Deagle, and a Glock to round out the lineup here for the T side, but Synthetic regardless gonna force their way onto the B side, or at least try to. Melio with a nicely placed Molotov gonna take out 1. Graha returning the favor onto his teammate there. A couple trades going out simultaneously, and Synthetic will get the C4 planted at the B site. Raha not quite able to get in a good position after that molly is tossed back. Side Tender left in a 1v2 after checking construction with that Galil, but Incred ultimately able to trade back, and Jay has just enough time to pull off the defuse with no kit there. Incred did have a kit, but there was really no time to trade off the bomb. Valors now leading by 4, and Synthetic it's going to need to show some innovation here, but once again, they're not left with enough cash for a full buy. Maybe no rifles here on the T side. 3 Desert Eagles, 2 Tech 9s. Ty looking to get things going from underpass there at mid, but instead he's going to be eating quite a bit of damage. Those HEs hanging firmly there down towards underpass. Synthetic allowing a bit more time off the clock here. About 1:05 to work with. It looks like this is going to be a full B commit from Synthetic. C4 and the rest of the team looking to make their way into B side, led by Graha. Smoke down. That's going to be their cue to go in. Tensky waiting at Flower Pot boost. Gets one. Ultimately traded out by Tender almost immediately. Melio able to get 2 at the A1S. Falling back into construction. Can he get more? Make that 3. Goes for a 4th. Not able to do so. Legacy finally taking him out there in construction. But it's going to be an 8th round going the way of Valors. And they're really starting to set the tone here. Is this going to be the tone just for this map or potentially this series? Synthetic still does have some time to respond. They're finally going to be on a full buy round again. 4 AKs and an AWP in the hands of Legacy here on the T side. And Incred making contact there in A halls. Incred will fall. He did do quite a bit of damage though. Tender sitting only 15 HP. Ty again got tagged early in mid. He's sitting at only 19. And Synthetic needs to get at least another round or 2 before the second half starts. Seems like this round would be a good time to start swaying things back in their favor potentially. Still a 1-man advantage here for Synthetic, but as mentioned, 2 players very dinged up here on the T side. Less than 50 seconds remaining. Sin gonna need to start making some moves here soon. Up now. He's going A to B. Garrett accidentally team killing Tender there as he makes his way out Valkyrie. Jay able to get 1 there from behind default. Bomb has been planted. The team kill wasn't the only thing that happened busting out balcony there. Synthetic was ultimately able to clear the site on those peaks, but we'll see if that TK comes back to haunt them here. Melio and Tensky trying to retake Melio. Nice headshot towards Pit. 1v1 after Garrett takes out Tensky towards lane. And Garrett coming up huge. Defending the bomb there. Nice little 2K to end the round. And Synthetic slicing that lead of Valors to 4 rounds. Things may be looking a bit more doable here. Synthetic grouping up at Banana once more. It looks like this could be another B commit. Bomb still in mid though. contact being made there at the entry to B site. Melio looked like he was going to be able to get at least one, but not able to do so. Legacy registering the kill with the MAC-10. Synthetic still with over a minute to work with here. Looks like they're going to be rotating back mid. Potential A commit inbound here. Use from the high boost there behind quad. Does get Garrett. Walking up mid. Use good for another there on top of default boxes. Falls back to corner of sight. Graha ultimately able to finish off Use their backside. Jay getting a bit of redemption there. Legacy picked off at A. That's going to bring the one-man advantage to Valors. Bomb still going to be planted regardless. Graha making his way back towards Arch on the wraparound. Does hit the headshot onto Jay. Tender good for one as well. And it's only Tensky remaining here for the CT side. He's likely just going to have to fall back and save this AWP if he's able to do so. He's only got 21 HP here. Looks like Tender and Graha are not going to chase him down. They also might not have realized just how low health-wise he is. Bomb officially detonating, and that will be a 5th round going the way of Synthetic. Valor, not going to be left with much cash. Going to be their turn to eco now. Tensky was able to retain that AWP as mentioned. Only a couple upgraded pistols to help him out here on the CT side this round. This is probably a tough hold for Valors. Garrett on the initial peek there, Arch side, and Craig down. That was partially through the smoke as well. He was able to hold things down from quad side, hits that initial Deagle headshot. Picks up an AK, able to take out Legacy and Tender. So Use continuing to get things done here at mid, and Use with an incredible headshot with the AK-47 down onto T-Ramp, tied down. And it's only Graha remaining. He's rotating back towards mid, but right into Melio's scope. Melio will register the kill, and we'll be headed into the final round of the first half here with Valors leading at 9-5. On the confident peak here in A halls, and Use again just coming up big for Valors. 2K with the AK-47 to get things rolling here in round 15 for the CT side. Sin bought up what they could this round, but Legacy the only rifle remaining here on the T side. Graha, Deagle in hand, tie with that MAC-10 again. Minute 5 on the clock. It looks like Synthetic is going to be committing towards the B site here. Taking their time, though. They're giving Legacy some time and space to maybe get that initial pick. Audio going to be heard from that flashback side. Tensky able to get the initial stop, but there's going to be 2 CTs back corner, but it doesn't matter. Tensky will do the job himself. Big 3K for Tensky to finish off the half there. Valors leading 10-5 as we prepare for the second half. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple minutes here. we're back officially underway here for the second half. Valors getting aggressive here at mid early, committing to the full mid rush. Legacy gets one from Arch side, and Tender and Legacy do their part to back him up. All 5 USP kills were headshots, I believe, there from the CT side. That all happened so quickly and from so many different players. Synthetic showing some solid chemistry there with the mid hold. Crossfires are not dead, ladies and gentlemen. Graha and Ty making their way down Banana very aggressively. Valor's on the full save here, so they're not following the trend of the auto forcing as many other teams do today. Tender holding that narrow angle there into A-Hall. Z's gonna walk right into that. Gonna get picked off with about 1:06 remaining here. Barrett and Legacy continuing to hold things down here at the A side. Ty able to get the final 2 kills there after pushing down Banana into mid. And Valor's lead sliced to 3 rounds. Things looking definitely much more doable now for Sin. But Sin not going to be upgrading those MP9s, and they're going to be going up against 4 AKs and a Galil this round. Don't know if this SMG firepower is going to be enough to hold off Valors on a full buy like this. Valors looking to establish position once more at Banana. Ty on the peak with the MP9. Not going to find anything. He's going to fall back towards Cross. Graha moving up towards Barrels. Very unknown how this is going to play out. Valors, I thought were going to fall back there, but they don't. Holding firm there at the end of Banana with the C4. Melio crouch creeping into the site ever closer through that smoke. Ty right there in Cross. Intercept, but Hughes holding that angle into Cross. Ty down. Melio backing up to help clear sight, but Legacy still alive here at the end of construction. Gets one, and Coffin makes that 2. Gonna reload the FAMAS. He's ready for more. His teammates able to tag up Jay inside. Jay sitting at just 28 HP. Bomb has not been planted. Legacy good for a 3rd. Can he potentially go for the ace here? Bomb being planted. Tensky eventually going to finish off Legacy there at construction. Tender brings it to a 1-on-1. Jay, of course, still with only 28 HP. Tender advancing towards the site, and Jay going to move over on ledge there next to Coffin right into Tender's crosshairs. He will not need a kit for this defuse, and that will indeed be an 8th round going the way of Synthetic here on map 1. And Hughes looking to make contact there early at Banana, but it's going to be Legacy drawing first blood at mid. Nice off shot onto Incred at underpass bench. Graha finds a nice A4 headshot there onto Melio at B entry. The M4A4, it's like a lost art nowadays, boys. Those things don't have silencers on them. Legacy comes up big again from mid. Cubby peeking into top mid. Tensky down, looking for more action. Gonna rotate through the flash, and perfect timing on the repeat from Arch. Able to finish off Jay there in Synthetic, securing a 9th round. Now within just 1 round of potentially tying this up here in the second half. Trying their luck at the B side again, but Ty and Graha there to welcome them. Take down 3. Jay does get a trade, and Jay with the jumping tech 9 headshot past Cross there. What just happened? Jay picking up an M4 in the process and planting the bomb. Jay just putting the boys on his back here. He could pull this off, left in a 1v2 after Tender makes quick work of his teammate with the AK-47 there. Jay hears that defuse. He knows it's probably not a fake. Tries to get the spam, not able to do so as Tender fires back into that smoke grenade to finish him off. And Synthetic has indeed tied things up here in the second half at 10 apiece. Valor kind of spreading out towards A halls here. Looked like they were maybe going to take some more mid control there, but they didn't. Gonna send 2 up banana, including the C4, but that's not gonna be the right move. Ty waiting there, already scoped up with the AWP and cred down. He saw the bomb drop as well, although it was recovered by Melio. Valors rotating back up mid towards the A site now. Tensky making his way out, calls onto balcony. Garrett gonna finish him off with the AUG. Default Yu still making his way up lane, create space. Legacy down and hit. Melio with that close range AWP finds a second. Garrett taken out at interior corner of site. Bomb has been planted. We're left in a 2-on-2 situation. Ty and Graha looking for the retake. They both have full HP. Ty still with that AWP in hand, but it's not going to matter. Used with the perfect peek down lane. Connects on the AK-47 headshot. All up to Graha here, and it looks like he will indeed make the safer decision, if you will, here. Falling back with the AWP towards the B site. Bomb officially detonates, and Valors has recaptured the lead by a single round. Valors getting a bit aggressive early at banana again. They're going to be careful with those peaks. Tensky already taking a lot of damage early there at mid. Got tagged down to 16. Not ideal. Valor's grouping up towards the end of Banana now. It looks like they might just force their way onto the B side with all 5 players. Graha right here on the other side of the smoke to potentially form a lineup here. Potential multi-kill inbound. He's popping off from both sides. He's leading the way through the smoke. 2 headshots coming in quickly there from Hughes. Garrett from Construction does take out Incred. Melio right there to trade back immediately. That's going to free up Jay to plant right here at Barrels. And Tender and Legacy going to be forced to save before I even finish saying all of that. Legacy going to be saving that op for next round. Tender hanging on to that A1S. And I don't think Valors is going to go on the hunt too hard here. They got 3 players pretty tagged up. I don't think Jay wants to risk losing that AWP. Melio's still on the hunt here, though, with only 22 HP. Getting a bit bold, and Melio doesn't really have much cash to fall back on. He needs to be careful here. Melio, my man! Walking right into the op scope of Legacy. And Melio will still be able to buy, but not ideal to lose an AK like that. Leading the way past half wall here. Banana does connect on the AK headshot, tied down. Index use. Peeking into A Halls just moments later. Tender down. It's already a 2-man advantage here for Valor. Still with a minute 10 to work with. Legacy and Graha still patiently awaiting that beat push, and contact is made. Melio had already made his way all the way up to Barrel's ledge there, but that's only to serve as a distraction, as Valors will walk into pretty much an empty A site there. Synthetic going to be saving once again here. Legacy still with that AWP in hand, but Valors will be securing a 13th round for themselves. Synthetic really going to have to start bouncing back here before Valors just kind of runs away with this one. Officially detonating. Valor's up by 3. Let's see what Synthetic decides to buy here. Looks like they will squeeze out a couple rifles. Graha on the A1S. Garrett settling for the FAMAS. Ty on an MP9. Tender on the Mag 7. Then Legacy retaining that AWP as mentioned. Valor seems to really have the chemistry going right now. I'm a bit concerned for Synthetic. They send 3B early, but it's actually A I'm more worried about for Synthetic here. Contact being made right there at Boiler Stairs. Ty and Legacy both taking some early damage. Contact continuing to be made here at A Halls. Incred gets one. Tensky able to finish off Tender there. Not before Tender got that Mag 7 headshot off. Pick goes down at B as well, and that's going to put Valors at a 1-man disadvantage. They're still going to be able to plant A, it looks like. No further contest throughout that plant there for Tensky. He's going to rotate towards opposite side of sight, and nice little reaction shot after missing the first off shot. Switches to his Glock, gets one, but not able to finish off Graha. That is a heartbreaker for Valors there. Such a close game like this to have Synthetic potentially grab that momentum back for themselves. But Valor's still going to be able to buy up, and cred on the AWP for AKs filling out the roster here from T-side. Hughes with a nice molly there on the boiler stairs. Garrett just not able to get out of the way after getting tagged up by Use's AK. That was brutal. Valors once again letting some time off the clock, but it does look like they want to commit to A, and they are, and cred already up. Mid takes out Ty. Use good for the kill there. Past quad at lane. Legacy still over here. Arch side finds one, but it's still a two-man advantage for Valors, and cred going to be able to plant default here at the A site. Bomb has been planted. Graha and Legacy surely going to have to save this one. Synthetic players officially are falling back for the save. Synthetic still a question mark in terms of cash next round. Aha. The late exit, his teammate finding a late op kill as well. No more kills going out at the end of the round there, and that will be a 14th going the way of Valors, within 2 of potentially clinching the map. Looks like a timeout will be taken here, likely by Synthetic. Do have Graha on that A4, still Legacy, of course, with the AWP in hand, but the 3 remaining counter-terrorists gonna have to settle for 2 MP9s and a deagle in the hands of Garrett. Live play will be resuming. Can Synthetic get the stop here that they absolutely need? You don't want to be in a situation where you're trying to get 4 in a row to push overtime. So if Synthetic does not want their backs up against the wall any further, they need to come up big this round. Synthetic already getting aggressive at Banana, but Graha accidentally running past Jay. Jay turning around to land the MAC-10 headshot. Graha does trade out. Graha good for another A4, but still attacking towards the B side. One-man advantage for Synthetic. Valors continuing to make their way onto B. Bomb down, though, as Hughes was trying to make that dry cross there. No smoke was down at cross like it is now, or at least partially is now. And cred and Tensky remaining here for the T side. Tensky able to get one at Flower Boost. Legacy did take out Tensky on the trade. It's only Incred remaining 1v3. Bomb on the other side of the smoke. Nearly impossible task, it looks like, but Incred does find one through the smoke. Can he get another? Garrett's right here in front of him, but Tender ultimately taking him out from CT spawn. And Synthetic not out of this one quite yet. They're rallying to potentially tie this up and or take the lead. Sin now trailing by just 2 rounds here as we get late in the second half. Valors on the half by here with upgraded pistols. Hughes leading the way out balcony. Tender good for 2. Switches to his sidearm, looking for more. He's got Garrett backing him up from the side there with the AK-47. Hughes down. It's like Tensky and Incred remaining here. Incred is already dropped down to floor level. Gonna get finished off by that A1S of Tender. Aha, able to register that final kill. Nice little FAMAS shot into A Halls there, and Synthetic within a single round of potentially tying this up again. Can Valors prevent that from happening? A lot of pressure on both teams here. I would almost say this is more pressure on Valors despite them getting the 1-round lead. Synthetic really has the chemistry going past 2 to 3 rounds here. All up to the T side with that initial pick. They almost do top mid. Legacy tagged down to 24, but able to slide away. Hughes continuing to make his way up middle, taking quad side. Legacy down. Tender able to trade out Hughes just a couple seconds later there. Leaves us in a 4-on-4, minute 15 on the clock. Tender gonna dissipate that Molotov with his smoke in pit, and perfect timing from Tender to look up balcony there. Lands the A1S headshot onto Jay. That brings the 1-man advantage to the counter-terrorist side, but Incred has some incredible positioning, if you will. Although he did give his position away, he's blocked by that smoke from Library. Incred continuing to make his way onto the A side. Tensky, after dropping lane, takes out Garrett. Melio backing him up to continue clearing the A side, but Tender still in big pit. They're gonna need to take him out. Not able to do so yet. Tender finding 2 with the A1S. Tagged down to 3 HP. It's all up to Melio. He did plant the bomb during that initial chaos from pit. Melio's footsteps likely heard in the sight there. Tender Melio with a good chance to take out Graha and bring it to a 1v1. Not able to do so. Whew, that would have left him in a 1v1 versus a 3 HP enemy, but that's not going to be the situation. Tender completes the defuse, and Synthetic has officially tied things up once again, this time at 14 apiece, and the pressure couldn't be any higher here for both teams. Valors getting the ball rolling here at Banana early, but they're going to run into a lot of nade damage. Ty gets that initial nade kill, whips out the AK-47, gets another 2. Able to finish off Tensky there at the end of the round, and a nice multi-kill there from Ty with the AK-47. And oh boy, how the tables turn. Synthetic now sitting at map point. Can Valors push this to overtime? And a nice little comeback here for Synthetic. And finish it off here in regulation. Holding things down from top mid. Tensky gonna be the first to make contact. He will fall, and Cred there for the immediate trade leaves us in a 4-on-4. Valors deciding not to push through that last smoke there top mid. They're gonna rotate back through mid to Banana. Melio awaiting them here at half wall. Melio leading towards the B site. About to be made once more. Flashes are out. Nice toss from Jay. That's going to set up Melio 47 headshot onto Legacy there at entry to B. Ty able to get 1 near cross. That's Incred down, but Hughes will be dropped to the C4. Will be able to plant it here by Coffin. And we're We're left in a 3-on-3 with Valors with a really good chance to take this to OT. Graha and company rotating back into the side. Use able to get one there at cross. Tender making his way in from construction. Use good for a second. It's only Tender remaining. Jay gonna finish him off with relative ease there at the end of the round, and we will officially be headed to overtime here in just a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere. And we're back, officially underway for overtime. Synthetic with an incredible comeback, but Valor's still able to pull out that final round of regulation to push this to OT. A lot of HE damage being done there down towards T-Ramp. Yu's gonna actually get tagged down to 43 HP from all those nades. Yu's making his way out. Boiler, though, able to find the AK headshot onto Tender. Hughes was actually pushed up further than I thought there. And he took all that HE damage. Hughes continuing to lead the way through CT spawn. This is going to be a wraparound all the way to B with Bomb meeting up with them via Banana. Hughes continuing to clear out the B side. Graha down. Melio joining up with him. Good for another pick there. And that's going to leave only Garrett and Legacy remaining here on the CT side. Garrett making his way up. Banana does find one. But this is going to be an uphill battle here for Synthetic. 2v4 situation as they try to retake the B site. Valors not giving them any angles to work with here, but now they do. Melio peeking Coffin. Garrett going to capitalize on that. Hits the AK-47 headshot. But Jay from Flower Pot Boost going to take out both members of Synthetic there, and that's going to be Valors recapturing the lead by a single round, now leading 16-15 here in OT. Legacy showing off that accuracy at mid once again with the AWP from Arch side. Hughes essentially walking into his crosshairs once more. Legacy now rotating into sight. Looks like Valors does want to commit this to A, but they're still being a bit hesitant here at lane. They've got one in halls as well. Tender still in Big Pit. He's actually got an auto sniper in hand. And Big Pit, this could get very interesting here. Legacy still inside, boosted on back box, finds two, and Cred and Jay good for the trades, but Tender with that auto snipe was able to get one. Garrett with the finishing kill there with the AUG inside of sight, and Synthetic has tied things up again. And what has turned into a bit of a back and forth affair here towards the end of regulation and in the beginning of OT here. Leading the way up, Banana finds two with the AK-47. There's a third CT still lingering, and Garrett is able to get one after peeking out from sandbags. Ultimately traded out though, and bomb going to be planted at the B site. Legacy, the only CT remaining here. Legacy tries to rotate through CT spawn, but not going to find anything for himself. Valors going to be leading by a single round as we prepare to head into the second half of overtime here. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. Live play officially resuming. I know Valors is eager to close this one out, but Synthetic still fighting. Ty looking for visuals at Banana, but Valors playing very passively this round, not making any Banana or mid peaks yet. Just completely waiting for Synthetic to come to them. I like this strategy, especially this late in OT. Tender making his way out. Boiler used on super boost again there. Behind quad, able to get one. Falls back to side, tagged down to 24 HP. Jay going to peek arch side, gets one, ultimately traded out by Garrett. Garrett still looking to lead the swing here onto the A side. The wraparound is completed. Garrett able to clear out the site as he finishes off Hughes there at back corner. Bomb has been planted. It's only Tensky and Melio remaining here for the CT side. Melio dramatically waiting to use that Molotov. It's going to be popped off. 2 Molotovs getting popped inside. Graha going to have to get out of there, but not before losing quite a bit of health. Valors making their move, but just too many angles to deal with there, and we're all tied up once again. Still unclear who's going to come out on top of this one. Hughes continuing to pop off for the CT side, but Sin showing a lot of individual talent as well here. Cred. It's the initial stop at A-Hall's Tender. Down Tensky, his op brethren over at Banana takes out Graha. Ty able to get the trade though, so this is not a double op setup anymore for Valors, and Garrett and Ty taking advantage of these opportunities at the B side. That's going to set up legacy for the plant here at Coffin. Jay and Yu's going to be trying to retake from construction, and Banana hears those footsteps at T-Ramp. He must be a little bit confused about why Garrett's still lurking all the way back there, but he'll take the kill. Brings it to a 2-on-2. Legacy at dark corner with that AWP. He's going to be difficult to get an angle on here. He's crouched and double scope. Ty having to move out from that Molotov back site right into Jay's crosshairs, and Hughes, can he finish off Legacy at dark corner? Not able to do so. Jay was going for the defuse, but Legacy able to take him out through the smoke there with his sidearm. And Synthetic officially back in the lead by a single round. Is this going to double OT, or can Sin be the ones to close this out? Barrage of flashes being used by both teams early, but this is not a rush. Synthetic continuing to make noise at Banana, but it's not a commit yet. Tender. The big pick there at the A side. The All-Star use has been found, I believe, near pit. Another pick going out there from the CT side of Banana. Tensky gonna get caught out in the open there. Graha taking advantage, and not sure if that was the best move there from Tensky. I still feel he should have played that passively. Up to Melio to get a stop in the site, not able to do so. As Graha finds him with that AK-47 headshot right behind Fountain, and Cred still here at Coffin with the AWP in hand. Nice little reaction shot onto Graha. Bomb was planted at A during all that chaos. Jay was already trying to make some space here at the A site. Does find one kill on his rotation through middle, but ultimately falls to tie there near Boiler, and Garrett connecting on the AK-47 headshot from Pit, and Cred down. And we will indeed be headed to map 2. What a comeback there. Wasn't sure if either team was going to be able to close that out. Felt like we were going to a second or third overtime there, but Synthetic ultimately able to dig deep and make that one happen. We'll be back for map 2 in just a few minutes here. Don't go anywhere. Alright, welcome back to the stream, everybody. Underway here for map 2. Start out with a timeout there. May have been some sort of slight technical issue for one of the players, but it looks like it's been smoothed out. We are officially live on Mirage. Valors starting out here on the terrorist side. Synthetic looking to get things going defensively. Can they close this series out in 2 maps, or is this going to a third and deciding map? Valors looked like they were thinking about making something happen there at mid or underpass, but ultimately deciding to fall back through T-spawn, now leaning towards a ramp with the C4. This is actually going to be all 5 Valor players looking to hit T-ramp, led by Melio, already making their way into the site, past Sandwich towards Connector. No kills going out yet somehow, and Cred still going to go for the plant, but Graha making the peek there from T-ramp, lands the USP headshot. Bomb is down. Graha finds a second as he rotates in from Rand, gets some backup from Garrett. Hughes and Melio do trade back. It's only Melio remaining here for Valors. Garrett gonna find another USP headshot for himself, and Synthetic has indeed secured the first pistol round here on Mirage. Legacy on the initial stop there at the A side. Hughes does find a nice 1D, gets a bit of redemption there for Sin, but ultimately Graha and Tender fully clearing the mid. Bomb down. Melio still trying to make something happen there from the A side with the P250. Finds one, but immediately traded out by Tender. A second round going the way of Synthetic. Good choice by Valors not to force last round, though. They're going to be on a proper full buy here in round 3. Let's see if they can get the ball rolling here offensively on map 2. Cred with a nice headshot through smoke there into Connector. Finds another AK-47 headshot down at the end of underpass. Graha down. Great start to the round here for Valors. Can they close this one out? Ty getting aggressive there from... Was that from underpass as well? It was. Ty looking for more contact as he makes his way up underpass stairs, and he's gonna find it. Him and Garrett able to get Jay down there in mid. That's gonna be Bomb in their possession as well. Brings it to a 3-on-3 scenario. 55 seconds on the clock. Valors falling back a bit. towards the A side. Despite not having the bomb, they had to fall back from that HE blowing up in their face. But Melio rotating towards window with Use. Able to get one. Use jumping up onto window ledge will finish off Ty. But Garrett still at top mid with the A1S able to take out two, but ultimately traded out by Tensky there. And Valors has officially logged their first round of the map. Getting aggressive at Cat here, looking for some deagle action. Does land the headshot onto Hughes. Hughes definitely not going to be happy about that one, but at least Melio was able to trade out. Still a minute 20 here for Valors to work with. Still keeping an eye on mid. Finds Incrid back Cat. Melio freeing up some space at Cat, but that's just going to be a distraction. Rotating back to the A site. He does have A cleared. Tensky looking to meet up with Jay and Melio here at A. Jay somehow dodging those spam bullets from Garrett there. I almost thought Garrett had full visuals on him, but I guess he didn't. That smoke was still up. Jay trying to finish off Garrett there at CT spawn stairs. He does. Brings it to a 2-on-2 scenario. Tender still with only 3 HP to work with. And it looks like he might have missed his best opportunity there on the flank. Legacy with a big 1-dig there out of jungle. Jay still looking to plant the bomb, but time is going to expire, and Synthetic securing a 3rd round for themselves here on Mirage. Still too early to tell how this one is going to play out, but I do like seeing, or I do like this defensive chemistry that Synthetic is showing off thus far. Spam shots here coming in from the CT side, but no damage going out yet from either team. Valors making their way onto the A side quickly, and Cred with a nice 1-dig back of CT spawn stairs there. Raha and Garrett already on the rotation, able to get 2. Tender coming up out of connector as well with the A1S. Melio down. 1-man advantage here for Synthetic. Garrett making his way back towards CT spawn stairs once again. Lands the 89 headshot onto Tensky. Jay with the Desert Eagle, the only man remaining here for the T side, and almost pulls off the 1v3, but Garrett eventually trading him out and securing the defuse, and Synthetic continuing to look sharp here on Mirage despite that near clutch from Jay. NT there from Jay. Leading the B rush. He's able to get that initial Tech 9 headshot back by Van. Garrett down. Tensky able to continue to clear sight here. Jay now free to plant that C4. 2-man advantage for Valors. Bomb planted. Synthetic likely going to be saving here. Looks like they are. Just chilling on the A site for now. Tender back in CT spawn. Nice late kill there. Near the A site for Legacy. Bomb officially detonating, and that'll be a second round going the way of Valors. Let's see if they can build off that. They're still going up against that AWP in the hands of Legacy. I'd almost like to see him peeking mid more, since Valor's mid presence seems to be a bit questionable here. Majority of Valors making their way up Catwalk. They do have their own op here in the middle in the hands of Red. Garrett and co holding down things at Cat, though. Garrett with that initial Famas headshot used down. Tensky able to trade out onto Graha and Garrett. Jay gonna be falling back to pick up that C4. Ty with a nice pick there into Palace. Let's see if that's going to be enough to favor Synthetic. It's still a 3-on-3, but that was a much needed stop there on the lurker. If Synthetic is going to get this retake. Now sitting in a 3-on-3 with the bomb planted. It looks like Synthetic is actually going to be saving this again, which is probably the safer and smarter move. But are they maybe giving Valors a little bit too much respect? I think some of these balanced retakes could have went in Synthetic's favor, even on the last map. Regardless, Synthetic was able to get the W last map, and they're still up by 1 round here on Mirage. But Valors seems to be regaining strength once more here. Looks like Valors wants to spread out early here, leaving the bomb in T-spawn, not making any commits quite yet, except for Melio, who's already pretty far down there in B halls. Does take out Legacy, immediately cleared out by Tender, however. Tensky able to get 1 at A, trying to clear the site, but Ty right there below balcony with AK-47, able to get 2. Garrett backing him up with the USP, good for another use. Brings it to a 1v2 after finally taking care of Ty there underneath balcony, and Hughes sees Garrett out of his peripheral there. CT spawn boxes, brings it to a 1v1. Hughes with only 13 HP, switches to the AK-47, lands the headshot onto Tender. Gonna grab that AWP likely for his teammate. Nice clutch there from the All-Star Hughes. And we're all tied up once again for a piece. Valors taking control of mid, but both connector and windows still smoked off. Bit unknown what's going to happen in a moment. They dissipate. Well, that's what's going to happen. Legacy pushing down connector, finds Hughes. Tensky on the trade, but Tender simultaneously peeking window. Does get one with the FAMAS, but not able to escape that Molotov of Increds, but does take Incred down with him on that window peek. One-man advantage for Synthetic. 45 seconds on the clock. Garrett makes good on that peek from market window. A1S headshot landed onto B Halls there. And it's going to be only Jay remaining for Valors here as he sneaks his way through CT spawn towards market. I don't believe Synthetic has that information. Jay should be able to get at least one here. And he does. But he does not have the C4 in hand. And obviously time is going to be expiring here in 10 seconds. Let's see if he can at least save this AK. Looks like he will be able to. Both Graha and Ty not going to test him here in the final moments of the round. Synthetic back in the lead, but it's only by one. Are we in for another back and forth affair here potentially? Getting aggressive at T ramp. It's gonna pay off though. Clean headshot onto Incred. Does take a bit of damage. Tagged down to 40 HP. It looks like Valors still want to make their move onto the A side. Melio leading the way. They do have Tensky right there and Palace as well. Melio able to clear out below Balk there. Tied down. Melio continues to make his way onto the site with his teammates. Bomb will be planted. Yu's gonna get caught through that smoke just past triple box, and he's definitely not gonna be too happy about that. Melio taking the peek from CT spawn boxes. Looks like he was gonna be able to get at least one, does not, but Tensky coming up big from the side, sidesteps the smoke, gets two with the AK-47, left in a 1v1 situation. Tender versus Tensky. Battle of the 10 boys, but it's going to be Tender landing the kill, but the round going to Tensky and Valors. And they're going punch for punch here. All tied up once more. Graha coming up big at Catwalk. 2 Deagle headshots to get the round started. Ty with some nice suppressive fire over towards Cat. Gets one through that smoke. Fred and Melio still going for this. Dropping into the B side with the bomb. 2v4 situation. Melio has visuals back there towards Cat, but not able to finish anybody off. Tender and Ty will, however. And that'll be a 6th round secured by Synthetic. Tender getting a very aggressive up middle, but Incred able to react in time with the Desert Eagle. Does take quite a bit of damage though. Valor's still with a lot of time to work with here. Lurking mid with the one-man advantage. Melio on the peek from Cat into the B side. Graha gonna return fire with the A1S and register the kill. Tensky able to get one here at B. Does finish off Garrett as he peeks out from behind bench and tries to make his way towards site for better positioning. That's going to leave only Legacy remaining here. Legacy does have that AWP in hand now. Legacy will be spotted on catwalk. Tensky gonna finish him off, and we're just back and forth once again here. No timeouts being taken, just rounds continually being exchanged here as we're tied up at 6 now. And Synthetic didn't have the ideal economic scenario going into this round, but they're gonna force up. That's gonna be 2 Desert Eagles, a 5-7 in the hands of Todd. Legacy with the A4. Tender getting aggressive at middle again. Him and Graha both making those mid peaks and landing a kill each. Some big plays there from Synthetic at mid. Already wrapping there near T-spawn. Gray able to take out one, make that 2 with P9, ultimately traded out by Tensky, but Garrett with the final trade of the round with that Desert Eagle, and Synthetic back in the lead once more, but for how long, question mark. Synthetic should be able to build off that round as Valors be going into an eco here. Valor's on a 4-1 split here, it looks like, trying to distract B hard. Off. Garrett at the end of Halls, though, able to get 2 with the AK-47 before getting traded out by Melio. Melio picking up that AK and finding another pick here in the B side. And Valors maybe wishing they had the bomb with them there at B, since their lurker died at A during the midst of that. Able to finish off both Jay and Melio there at ladder and mid. And we'll be headed into the final round of the half with Synthetic leading by 2 and seemingly to have the slight edge momentum-wise right now. Not just because they're in the lead, but Synthetic just kind of giving off that confident vibe once again. Just the way they're peaking angles and converting like such. Tender on the early peak there at A ramp does get 1. We're moving up, tries to take out Melio, not able to do so. Melio will connect on that AK headshot. Melio good for another. And Valors maybe with a chance to play inside, but Legacy still here outside of connector. Makes his way up by Sandwich, good for 1. Jay trades out onto Legacy, but Graha will finish the half there. And Synthetic going to be leading by 3 as we head into the second half. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple minutes here. are officially live here for the second half. Welcome back. Valors getting aggressive here on their push at B. But it looks like they're kind of just anchoring down on the B site now. Valors still with 4 at B, but Synthetic making their way through connector. It's the perfect storm for Synthetic unless Hughes can stop it. He does so far. 2 USP headshots for Hughes. Make that 3. Looking for a 4th. Can he get the ace? Still has 90 HP. Gets the 4th headshot, but it's going to be Incred getting the 5th kill of the round there. Another huge play for Hughes, showing off his pistol accuracy once more, this time with the USP. And Valor slicing that lead of Synthetics down to 2 rounds. Synthetic is on a 4-spy here, though. 5 Deagles being bought on the terrorist side. Let's see what Sin can do with them. Slight contact being made at mid there as more damage is exchanged. And Cred actually taking a bit more damage than I thought there in that initial skirmish. Tagged down to 44 HP. And Ty with a big 1 deeg there from Underpass finds Melio peeking through that smoke by window. One-man advantage for Synthetic. They continue to make their way towards the B site from Halls. Ty checking all his angles, sees that silencer. Tensky, right-hand side of Halls, does take out Ty, but Tender there for the trade. Sin continuing to make their way onto the B side. Hughes finds 1 from backside. Make that 2, and Cred jumping through market window, but the timing is off. Graha able to finish him off with the Desert Eagle and gets the plant. It's all up to Jay now for Valors. MP9 in hand. And is Synthetic about to convert this force round into a W? Jay does quite a bit of damage onto Legacy there, but Graha able to finish him off. And Synthetic once again leading by 3 rounds, this time in the second half. Hughes gonna be head boosted here on Cat and makes the most of it. 1 deeg registered onto Ty there in mid. Great start to the round for Valors. They're fully forced up here with 5 deagles. So that's their response to getting deagle forced last round. They're just gonna deagle force back and look for the W. Tender might be putting a damper on those plans, though. Able to get 1 at the B site. Will that be enough to potentially clear it? Synthetic actually choosing to fall back, though. Looks like they might go underpass to connector. Looks like they're still a bit undecided. Making their way back towards the B site now through Halls. Garrett leading the way. They're going to have to clear Van. They have not yet. Cat is cleared and Cred down, but Tensky still able to get 1 from Van before getting traded out. Garrett keeping a keen eye there at market exit. Lands the A1S headshot onto Melio. That's going to leave only Jay remaining here for the CT side. Only has a Desert Eagle to work with. Makes the peek there near exit, but it's going to get caught by a headshot from Legacy's AK-47. And Synthetic now leading by 4 rounds. The pressure beginning to mount here for Valors. It's going to be another eco for them on the CT side, and they're getting into a situation where the pressure is just mounting every round here. Synthetic on the full B rush. Yu's able to get the initial stop, but Ty and Graha with some great positioning. Wrapping around Cole's back side there. Legacy watching the flank on Cat J down. Great take there from Synthetic at the B side, despite that being an eco for Valors. But Valors kind of running out of opportunities here. We'll see if they have just enough to potentially buy next round. Terrorists win. Tensky had nothing to save there, so he will get exploded there after the detonation at the end of the round. Looks like timeout will be taken likely by Valors here. Valors not exactly with the ideal amount of cash for a full proper rifle buy here. That's probably exactly what they're discussing, if they really want to force through with this or not. They have between 4,200 and 49. Looks like they will be buying up there for A1S already being bought. Jay still undecided. He's going to grab an A1S now, and this is Valor's time to get back into this one, trailing by 5. They've got to get some stops here on the CT side. So Valor's, I will note, only one player with head armor here that's going to be used. And they're very light on utility this round. Melio, regardless, getting aggressive here at connector. It's going to pay off. Peeks into mid. Graha down. Synthetic, meanwhile, looking to take the A side. Melio with a nice head boost here to see over that smoke from jungle. Takes out one Palace. Gets another spam shot there into the side. Garrett down. That's going to leave only Legacy remaining here. AWP in hand as he falls back towards T ramp. Now making his way close to T spawn. And Legacy ultimately just going to be trying to save this op here, but that's by no means a guarantee. He has to hear those footsteps. By now he does. Turns around. Surprisingly, not a single player from Valor's pushing down A ramp yet. Looks like that's about to change as Melio flies out of nowhere down A ramp. Legacy able to finish him off, but he's only got 8 HP now. More CTs running up on him. Does get a nice little reaction shot there onto Tensky, but immediately traded out by Incred, and Valor's slicing that lead to 4 rounds. Can they keep some of that chemistry going against a another full buy round here from Synthetic? Incred with a nice peek there at mid. Really caught Graha off guard. Melio falling back a bit closer here towards Sandwich to watch this A push. Synthetic has committed to the A push. Jay with the initial stop tender down. Garrett trades him out. Hughes making his way through CT spawn, does land the A1S, excuse me, headshot onto Legacy. Bomb will be planted, but it's only Garrett and Ty remaining. Hughes able to finish off Ty there near bomb. Melio doing his job with the A1S there towards triple box. And Valors will secure the defuse and the 9th round for themselves. Things looking much more doable for Valors now, only trailing by 3. And Synthetic now going to be the ones on a potential eco round. Synthetic not buying any major weapons yet. Looks like upgraded pistols will be bought here on the T side. Don't rule Synthetic out of this round quite yet, though. We've seen some wild pistol plays from both teams today. Some wild force W's from both teams today as well. And Cred stopping that initial connector push. Graha down. Melio backing him up there from Cat gets 2. Trades go out, but it's still only Legacy remaining here. 43 HP. Does have that AK in hand now. Legacy with the last minute jump there into the B site, but will be seen and taken care of. Synthetic with enough money for the full buy now. Legacy going to be back on the AWP once more. And Synthetic just had their 5-round lead sliced to 2. Let's see how they respond. And Cred maybe biting off more than he can chew there, but still was able to fall back and survive. Synthetic really needed to take advantage of that, and Cred out in the open misses the op shot, leaves himself fully vulnerable out in the middle of mid, and Synthetic just doesn't capitalize on that. And if he had hit that op shot, they should have been ready for the immediate trade, and Synthetic, in my opinion, just missing a big opportunity there with Cred still being alive. Legacy keeping an eye on Van, and an amazing reaction shot from Legacy finds Tensky at Van. Melio does take out one in connector while all that is going on, but traded out. Synthetic looking to plant at the A site. Now they will get it down without any further contest. Jay's still right here at CT spawn stairs, waits for that timing, waits for Graha to walk out, completes the A1S headshot, brings it to a 3-on-3. Jay looking to help him retake the site. Jay taking out Ty there at Tetris. Jay not finishing off Garrett, though. Will have a second go at it and will secure the kill onto Garrett. Bomb defused meanwhile, and that will be an 11th round going the way of Valors. Got a 1-round match on our hands once again here, folks. Pushing Cat makes the peek out to mid. Graha down. Tender, he's not going to be able to get out of that Molotov, but still takes Jay down with him. One-man advantage for Valors after the dust clears. Minute 5 remaining for Synthetic to work with. They are regrouping in B halls. Each of them does have an AK-47. They have the bomb with them. So Synthetic still with a solid shot at potentially taking B here, but Valor's very suspicious of B halls. Synthetic using that smoke as their cue to rush in. Garrett taking out Tensky. Backside, Garrett finding Hughes jumping out of market window there. Hughes did take out Ty just a moment before that bomb will be planted. We're left in a 2-on-2 situation. Nice HE tossed into the site there by Valors, but probably didn't do as much damage as they were hoping it would. Garrett finds Incred there at market exit. And it's only Melio remaining. Valor's not able to hold on. Legacy gonna finish him off with the AK-47 and a nice B take from Synthetic there. They were at a one-man disadvantage and just moved right past that smoke in B halls once it was thrown. Able to take sight with force, get that plant off regardless of all that spam and those nades popping off, and Synthetic finds himself up by 2 once more. Synthetic spreading out, taking a lot of map control here. They have control of connector and look to be advancing towards the A side. Jay peeking in Palace and comes up with the pick. Legacy down. Jay spamming into connector, lands some more A1S damage. Graha tagged all the way down to 41. Let's see how Sin responds. Jay peeking from ticket booth, and the timing was right on. Gets 2 with the A1S in connector there. It's only Tender and Ty remaining here for the T side. They're going to get caught at jungle. And Valor's grabbing a 12th round, slicing that lead to just a single round once again. Valors playing a bit aggressively here. Hughes pushing up Cad, his teammates peeking out connector. Jay hears those footsteps in Palace and capitalizes on that information. Tied down at Palace, and Cred able to get 3 there as he stops the A ramp rush. 1 with the op, 2 with the Desert Eagle. That's going to leave only Graha remaining here at Tetris. Hughes looking to finish him off with the A1S, and does. We are officially tied up once again, this time at 13 apiece. And Valor's doing all they can to push this to a 3rd map, but it's still far from a guarantee here. Timeout will be taken, likely on behalf of Synthetic. Live play will be resuming. Legacy going to end up buying that 5.52 after the timeout. We'll see how that works out for him. Looks like another timeout has been taken. I don't have access to the logs at the moment. So I suppose it is possible there is a tech issue which could be on either team right now. Give me just a moment as I double check this. Live play will be resuming. Let's see if Synthetic can fend off Valors from recapturing the lead here on map 2. Valors getting aggressive. Astralising all the way up middle, but Tender and Graha showing off their accuracy once more, each good for a stop. Tensky, though, does take out Tender. That HE a couple seconds later, and Cred lands the op shot onto Legacy's back, but somehow doesn't finish him off, and now Legacy might have a chance to pop off a 5-5-2 headshot in response, but Jay and Tensky holding things down on the A side once again. That's going to leave only Ty and Legacy remaining here for the terrorist side. Allowing a bit more time off the clock, but now approaching the bomb. Ty able to take out Tensky just in front of sight there. Recaptures the bomb, drops it to his teammate. Ty looking to further clear outside connector and jungle. Makes a big jump across sandwich, connects on the headshot onto Incred there. But Jay still sneakily near the site, gonna find both players there with the A1S, and Valors has officially recaptured the lead, now up 14-13 here in regulation. Peek's being made at middle, but no damage has gone out yet. And Cred still on the AWP here for Valors. Synthetic gonna have to be mindful of their approach. Jay peeks into Palace once more. This time finds Tender, but not a whole lot of time remaining here. Synthetic gonna have to get that bomb down DA side, and Cred makes the peek from CT spawn stairs, finds 2 with the AWP. Garrett eventually trading him out. Use trading back onto Garrett though, and it's only Legacy remaining here for the team side. Looking for anything he can get in backside, not able to take down any CTs with him. And Valor's now sitting at map point. Can they push this to a third map, or is Synthetic looking to take this to overtime? Bomb falling back from mid. It looks like Synthetic might be communicating to rotate back to A here. Ty looking anxious to peek out of Palace, but not doing so quite yet. Legacy and a teammate looking to choke out the site from Connector as well. All 5 Synthetic players making their way towards A. Melio peeking out from jungle after that smoke dissipates. Great timing from Melio. Finds 2 with the A1S. Does get traded by Graha. But Melio has already done his job there. Graha finds a second kill for himself as he jumps up onto CT spawn boxes. Ty doing his part at Connector finds 2, and Graha with the easy AK-47 headshot to finish off Incred there at the end of the round past triple. And Synthetic just a round away from pushing this to overtime. Legacy with a nice op shot towards Van that did connect onto Hughes, but Hughes still able to survive that. Cred with a nice peek there towards mid with the AWP. 1-man advantage for Valors. Minute 10 remaining here for Synthetic to work with. .43 seconds remaining. Synthetic now looking to make their move onto the A side. Jay still up balcony, finds one. Drops down ladder. Legacy does find Incred inside. Garrett finishing off Jay there below Balk. Fakes the plant. Looks like he's going to commit to it now. Bomb has been planted. CT spawn stairs and jungle both smoked off. Jungle smoke has dissipated. Valors looking to retake here 3-on-3. Legacy with a keen eye above Sandwich that's used down. And Graha able to finish off Melio and Tensky. And we are officially headed to overtime once more. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. back, everybody. We are officially live for OT. Back-to-back maps of overtime. Can Valors push this to a third map? They've really been fighting for it, but have not secured that yet. Synthetic looking to close this out in 2 maps if possible. Tender leading the way up. Catwalk does find use there. And ladder room, nice shot from Garrett into window at mid as well. Gonna rip off Melio's head there with the AK-47. And Synthetic getting things started on the right foot here in OT. Tender making his way towards murder window, does connect on the AK headshot. Jay down, and this round is all Synthetic. Valor's not able to grab a kill that round. And if Synthetic can keep doing more of that, this might be a bit of a concerning overtime for Valors. That was only round 1 of OT. Let's see how things go. Making their approach at middle. Ty good for 2. Use able to trade back with the AUG. Jay and Melio backing him up there, and that's going to be only Ty and Legacy remaining here at mid. They need to recover the C4 as well. Ty does have the bomb. Him and Legacy gonna fall back through T spawn towards A here. Things have gone quiet. Synthetic continuing to let some time off the clock. Now making their move past Tetris. Jay still up in Palace, checking things out, but he needs to look back into the site. Legacy clearing out his teammate there near Sandwich, but it's going to be Jay still able to find the final 2 kills of the round there. And we're all tied up again. This time in OT at 16 apiece. Not sure if Synthetic should get too aggressive at mid here. I think they need at least let a bit of time off before they go too hard at mid, but it looks like they're going to be disregarding my advice here. Synthetic taking firm control at mid, and it might actually pay off for them. Incred opping in Palace, not in mid, but Incred still capitalizing on Ty making his move into Palace there. Tries to peek out the exit of Palace, and it's not going to be able to do any damage onto Incred. Tender leading Synthetic out of connector, looking to take control of the A site. Graha does take out Jay and Hell, and Cred here at CT spawn boxes does trade back onto Graha. 1-man advantage for Valors, but Synthetic still going to be able to plant the bomb. Tender even things out. A 3-on-3 has a chance to take out Tensky. CT spawn stairs, not able to do so. Melio somehow making his way out of that Molotov and lands a headshot into connector there. Valors will get the defuse and be taking the lead once more. See what Valors can do here offensively once more in their efforts to push this to a third map. Synthetic definitely strong defensively on Mirage, so even though Valors is up by 1, this is by no means a guaranteed third map. So hang tight, everybody. We'll be underway in just a couple minutes here for the remainder of overtime.
Counter-terrorists win.
OT officially live again. Synthetic gonna have to show off their defensive skills once more if they want to fend off Valors from pushing this to a third map. Tender gonna get hit in the dome with that molly there being thrown from Palace. It actually did 5 damage to him on impact. Valors making their way into B-side, led by Melio. Both Melio and Tensky able to get an initial pick here at B. Legacy does trade one back, but Tensky still able to plant the bomb. Synthetic gonna have to find a way to retake from Market primarily here, but everything is smoked off. Even Catwalk Ty gonna be found in Market window walking into Fred's crosshairs there. Tender fires back into the site with the A1S, finishes off Melio. 2v3 situation. Synthetic still looking to retake. Tender finds Tensky back by bench, but Legacy likely not with enough time to do anything here. Tries to get a last second op kill, wouldn't have had time to defuse regardless. In an 18th round, going the way of Valors, just a round away from pushing this to a third and deciding map. Early utility being used by both teams here near the B site. Melio absorbing just a bit of damage, but all players still alive here on both teams. Garrett makes the peek into halls from backside. Melio down. Synthetic continuing to come up with defensive stops. Tender gets 2 here with the A1S towards A. It's only Jay and Tensky remaining here at Tetris for the terrorist side. Tensky sneaking in towards Sandwich. Get caught out in Sandwich as Legacy peeks him with the AWP. Only Jay remaining with AK-47 does find one before ultimately succumbing to Tender's A1S. And Synthetic still in this one. This could be headed to a second overtime here, ladies and gentlemen. Valors leaning towards A early here, looking for a potential ramp Palace split. Legacy on the initial stop. Jay down. Tensky still leading his way into the A site. Gets the trade onto Legacy. Tender looking for some action here as he emerges from connector. Does stop in Cred in the site. Garrett doing his part as well with the A1S. And there's only 2 players remaining now on the T side. They're not able to get the bomb down yet. And Graha finishing off both Hughes and Melio from connector. And we will indeed be headed into a second OT. Don't go anywhere. We'll be live again in just a moment here. Welcome back. We're officially live for double overtime. Synthetic starting out here on the CT side, running a double AWP setup. One of those ops already pushing through underpass. Legacy gonna connect onto Incred at top of stairs. Melio does get some revenge, but Garrett right there to trade out as he was getting aggressive from B Halls. Valors surely was not expecting that level of aggression here. Tensky does find one at mid there, but it's still a one-man advantage for Synthetic. Minute on the clock. Ty able to get the stop on Tensky moving up catwalk. That's a huge stop. Jay does not have the C4 and only has 16 HP. Regardless, hits 2 AK-47 headshots. And if he hadn't have quick switched there at the end, might have been able to get the final kill there onto Graha. But alas, it's Synthetic back in the lead once more. Tender makes the peek down to T-Ramp. Melio down. And Cred taking quite a bit of damage as well. Synthetic looking sharp here on the hold, even though no additional kills have gone out yet. And Cred on the peak though, nice shot back towards CT spawn stairs. Does take care of Graha. Used making his way into connector. Tender potentially could have killed him a bit earlier there. Hughes did take out Ty. Bomb will be planted at the A site. Jay good for another AK headshot there backside. Garrett trying to retake with the 5.52, but this is going to be a rough retake for Sin. Flash Ashes have been tossed by Sin, but Incred and Tensky peaking in unison to secure a 19th round for Valors, and still pretty hard to predict if this is going to a third map or not. With an opportunity to get at least one, does connect on the headshot at Ty, coming out of the top of connector there. Valors appear to be falling back, but looks like they still do probably want to take the C4 to the A site. Tensky leading the late push onto A here for Valor's. Legacy does take him out with the AWP use on the trade. Valor's continuing to just force their way onto A. Still haven't planted, but Melio taking out two there near connector. And there's probably not a lot of opportunity for Tender to touch this. He's going to walk right into Jay's crosshair there, boosted just outside of Valk. And we'll be headed into the second half of the second overtime in just a moment here. Don't go anywhere.
Counter-terrorists win.
And we are officially live again. Does Synthetic have what it takes to keep responding to this adversity and close this out in 2 maps? Or is Valors indefinitely taking this to a 3rd? Control of middle. Tender already making his way up. Connector lands the headshot onto Incred. Melio and Tensky doing their part at mid and cat though before Garrett trades back onto Melio. Use all the way on the flank there. Push through B halls. Takes out Garrett top mid. Tender and Ty remaining here for Synthetic. 1-man advantage for Valors. Just under a minute on the clock. Tender able to take out Use at cat. Tender did get tagged all the way down to 13 HP. That's certainly going to be a factor here. 2-on-2 situation. Ty looking to get the bomb planted at A, and he does. Ty going to have to be the anchor here as he does have full HP. Jay and Tensky going for the retake. Smoke down in sight. Not on the bomb itself, though. Now part of the bomb has been smoked. Ty making that peek towards triple, able to take out Tensky. Jay not on the bomb. He's just lurking in the smoke and doesn't have enough time or spacing or visuals to work with there. And Synthetic gonna tie things up once again. Tensky, watching that narrow angle from the back of B halls, comes up big with the op. Use and Melia doing their part once again at mid and cat. Excuse me, Use already making a move into underpass for that pick. I think it just dropped down there though. Actually, no, it looks like he did push all the way through B halls. Tender and Ty in a 3v3 once again. Tender with an opportunity to bring it to a 2v2, and he does. Jay falls at jungle. Valors is using 2 ops still here. Interesting situation. 45 seconds left. Synthetic does have the C4 in their possession. It looks like Sin does want to meet up on the B site, which is going to be pretty good timing here. Both Valors players still on A. Tender letting his teammate know that he is essentially clear here. Ty just making sure about bench with that Molotov. Ty probably taking a bit more damage than needed from that Molotov toss by Incred out of market. Incred does get Ty from market exit. Tensky will finish off Tender, who is left in a 1v2. Tensky gonna secure the defuse, and Valors once again leading by a single round. Incred pushing towards a ramp there, connects with the AWP onto Legacy early. Jay right there to back him up, but no other synthetic players pushing a ramp. They do have Ty still in Palace here. Melio, meanwhile, holding things down at mid/murder window. His way out Palace, but he's got Jay right next to him there. Jay not gonna have to do the work. Actually, and Cred taking him out. Graha on the trade. After Jay takes out Garrett near top connector. Bomb has been planted though. Graha still with a chance at clutching this 1v2. Both Hughes and Tensky making their way out of CT spawn. Graha gets one, has an opportunity over on to Tensky, not able to do so. Tensky putting out some pent up emotion before we are officially headed to a third map, ladies and gentlemen. It's been quite a back and forth tonight, but Valors definitely earned that one. We'll be back in just a few minutes for map 3. Alright guys, welcome back to the stream. We're officially live here for map 3. Will this go to OT once again? Or will we have a winner in regulation? Hughes getting things started. Nice little headshot there into bathroom. Garrett down. Valors looks like they might want to send the bomb long A there. Looks like Melio's going to be leading the way long. Tender already on the flank though from connector. Hughes will fall. Melio still pushing long. Nice shot into the side. Graha gonna get kicked off. Melio continuing his rampage at the A side. Clears out Bank with another Glock headshot. And things looking pretty solid so far for Valors. Tender and Ty. It's in a 2v4 retake scenario. Tender does get one rotating in from long there, and Cred holding things down from truck. He'll fall as well. Ty left in a 1v2, but gonna get traded out there by Jay, and first round of map 3 will indeed be going to Valors. Let's see if Synthetic is gonna remain disciplined here. Looks like they are actually gonna force 4 Desert Eagles and an MP9 being bought here on the counter-terrorist side. Leading the way on the side, finds Graha near default there after he passes Sandbags. Tender still near Monster here with the MP9. Back onto Use, but it's all Valors as they sweep through default and water. Valors now leading 2-0 here on Overpass. Synthetic not going to be able to buy here coming off that force. They can just barely afford a few upgraded pistols here on the CT side. Tender with a very nicely placed 1D from Party. Melio will fall there at T stairs. Ty gonna acquire AK off his corpse. Tensky and his teammates have already cleared the B side, so Jay will be able to plan without any further contest there. Looks like Synthetic will be trying to retake this. Or at least setting up to get multiple exits here close range. Synthetic not have enough time to clutch this, but they do take out Jay. Receiving fire from Hughes after a few. Pensky stepping in to help out as well. Garrett and Legacy able to trade back, but obviously bomb about to explode. Legacy tries to escape through Monster, but Incred waiting for him on the other side there. Legacy with a big pick there over at long A. See if he can follow that up with a second. Flashes being tossed long. Valors thrown off a bit by that pick. They're now going to split up just a bit, sending a team down connector here. Cred sees Garrett jumping behind default container at A, tosses a nade towards him. Not able to do any damage yet. Use and Incred looking to still lead the way onto the A side. Legacy still at truck though. Takes out Tensky after peeking near default. Finds a second. Legacy still alive. Incred finally trading him out, but Tender trading back for 2 headshots with the A1S there, and Synthetic officially registering their first round W of Overpass there. Valors already making their way through connector. They lost a man on the way though. See at long with that op already out, and Scope takes out Incred. Tensky is able to trade back, but Garrett and the boys right there to back up their teammates, and Synthetic trailing by just 1 now here on map 3. Legacy still with that AWP in hand. Valor's going to have to be careful about those long-range peaks, especially at long A. Pushing towards water, looking for contact. Ty actually going to find first blood there after being head boosted to peek above plywood. Tender holding his ground near sandbags. Tensky down. Advantage here for Synthetic, and Ty is good for another 2A4 kills through the smoke there at Monster Tunnel. Huge play from Ty. That's going to leave only Jay remaining here on the terrorist side, AK in hand, likely just going to be trying to save this, but not so fast. Makes the peak Monster, lines up 2 in front of Great, make that 3 for Jay, and this could be him going for the 1v5 clutch ace here. Jay, of course, still with the C4 in hand. 31 seconds on the round timer. Looks like he will be rotating and going for the A plant. Maybe not though, clearing heaven first. Still making his way towards A. 10 seconds on the clock. He's need to get this down here. And he does with a couple seconds to spare. All eyes are on Jay at the moment. Pressure looming, 1v2 scenario. Synthetic approaching A from bathroom. Jay hears those footsteps, hears the defuse. It's going to be a fake, but regardless, Garrett going to take him out on the peak there, and Synthetic will be able to tie this one up. Valor's not doing too hot economically as we head into round 7 here. We'll see if Synthetic can capitalize off that. goes. Finds the initial pick of the round into bathroom there. Tender evening things out from the B side brings us to a 4-on-4 situation, and Cred took quite a bit of damage there from the A1S as well. Valors rotating back down connector. Looks like they do want to take the bomb towards the B site here. But that's going to be no easy task. This is a half buy for Valors. 3 Desert Eagles remaining. Melio does have that A4 in hand. And Cred able to take out one here at B with the Desert Eagle. Excuse me, that pick was still over at long. I thought he had finally rotated back through connector. He hadn't, was still lurking over near long. Does get traded out. Legacy good for another op stoppage here. The A site narrowly misses another snipe shot there. Melio fakes the plant, makes the peek from behind default, takes out Tender, left in a 1v1, fakes the plant again and auto peeks. Nice play from Melio, big game sense there. And that's going to put Valors back in the lead, up 4-3 here on map 3. Valor's continuing to let some time off the clock here. They're very spread out. No inclinations of where this commit is going to be. With a nice stop there from short, but Legacy gonna take him out from the A site. Valor's still looking to take A though via long. Valor's putting 3 players out long, trying to make it past that Molotov, not quite able to do so. Ty in a good position there for the stop, able to get 2. Legacy with the no scope towards site there at the end of the round, and we're all tied up once again, and Synthetic going to be running this double AWP setup. This could be fatal here for Valors. Looks like they're already going to be on an eco despite Incred buying that AK-47. Initial peak there. Water does find one with the FAMAS. Graha near Monster finds 2 with his FAMAS. Hughes does trade back for 1, but ultimately it's only Tensky remaining here. Ty somehow surviving that barrage of bullets with a single HP. Tensky gonna be trying to save this AK-47. He's letting his presence be known, however. Synthetic not taking the bait, staying very disciplined here as they run out the timer. Tensky approaching bomb. He looks like he's actually going for this. Legacy right there waiting for him on the other side of Monster Tunnel, and Synthetic officially in the lead here, up 5-4. Garrett getting very aggressive, already pushing towards Fountain, and Party finds Use near Fountain, but Tensky gets immediate revenge, takes out Garrett and his teammate Legacy behind him. So Op has been swapped out. It's now in the hands of Incred. Ty making the peek from Truck. Nice FAMAS headshot onto Tensky. Takes out Incred as well. Looking for a third. It's going to be Graha. Third there, but ultimately Tender able to finish off Jay after he picks off 2 there in sight. It's going to be a 6th round going the way of Synthetic. Let's see if they can keep this going defensively, especially this round, now that Valors is low on funds again. Garrett on the initial stop here. At short, Legacy and Party does find one with the AUG, but Incred turning around to trade him out there from short. 3-on-3, Incred checking that flank. He only has 15 HP. Almost succumbs to that Molotov, but is able to slip away. On the perfect peek from bathroom entry there to top connector, takes out 3 with the M4A4, and Synthetic now leading by 3 rounds. Jay taking control of connector early, but no major contact being made yet from either team. Tensky boosted Flower at long A. But Synthetic not making any peeks really yet towards long or bathroom. They've just got Garrett falling back to long A now with the A1S. He's going to run right into the crosshairs of Tensky, who will finish him off. Does tag Tensky down to half HP. Ty with a nice peek there from Sandbag to connector exit. Hits the A4 headshot onto Jay. Looks like Valors does want to get the bomb onto the B side. Melio leads the way, clears out water. Tender still over here at Monster, though, able to take out 2 with the A1S before being traded out by Melio. Tensky will get the C4 planted. Raha over here near the lead of CT Halls takes out Melio. Tensky good for the trade. but ultimately Legacy trading him back as he makes his way out from sandbag area there.
Counter-terrorists win.
And Synthetic increasing that lead to 4 rounds, continuing to look strong here defensively on Overpass. The charge towards the B side. Him and Tensky each good for a pick there. Graha and Ty trading back leads us in a 3-on-3. Valors still forcing their way onto the B side. Yuz able to get one there. Back near Graffiti. Bomb will be planted. Legacy going to be saving that AWP. Waiting to see if he can get at least one exit here, but I don't think he will.
Terrorists win.
Synthetic forcing up. Legacy was able to save that op. Tie on the A4 once again. A couple deagles being bought. Garrett on the MP9. Thunder able to take care of Melio early there in connector. Excuse me, not in connector. Melio was trying to make his way towards B. That's not going to work out for him. His teammates, however, still potentially looking forward to go towards B, pushing their way closer to connector exit there. Jay, nice little pick at top of connector. Leaves us in a 4-on-4. Tender with a chance to line up too, but his AK got a little bit out of control there. Hughes was able to get the trade. Valors looking to take the A side. Legacy misses a perfect opportunity to get at least one. Does take out Jay on the second shot. Misses Tensky as he whips back over to try to take him out in front of truck there. Tensky was able to get the bomb planted. 2-on-2 situation. And Valors teaming up to take out Graha and Ty there near truck and dumpster. And we head into the final round of the half with Synthetic now just leading by 2. On the initial stop there near Monster, does hit the headshot through smoke and cred down. Valors will find revenge on to tie there. Melio and Tensky holding their positioning here towards B, each good for another pick. It's only Garrett and Legacy remaining here for the counter-terrorist side. Legacy. And finally finish off Melio there, who was already tagged up a bit outside of the B tunnels. Valors now making their way towards short. Garrett, though, at top connector, does take care of Jay, and he's on to Tensky now. Tensky looks like he will be able to get that C4 planted as he slides away with just 3 HP. Garrett and Legacy now in a 2v2 retake scenario. Garrett hits the initial headshot at Truck. Left in a 1v1, switches to his sidearm. 1D lands on to use. Garrett will secure the defuse here without a kit. More than enough time to work with. We'll be headed into the second half with Synthetic leading by 3 rounds. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a minute here. Welcome back, everybody. We are officially live for the second half. Looks like a little timeout was taken there at the beginning of Pistol. Synthetic spreading out a bit, but Melio already getting aggressive towards Fountain. It's going to pay off. USP headshot landed onto Legacy, but meanwhile, Synthetic still making their way onto the B side with the C4. Tender gets one at Playground, but Melio right there to trade him out from the flank angle. Daya Graffiti comes up with another USP headshot for Valors. Will still be planted at the B site, however. Graha with the trade. Tide helping out to take out two there near Sandbags. Graha getting the final kill there near Graffiti. And some nice redemption there for Synthetic as they increase their lead to 4 rounds here in map 2. And it looks like another timeout will be taken. Likely taken by Valors here. Looks like Valors will be deciding to force up. 5 Desert Eagles being purchased here on the CT side. Teams have pulled off some wild eagle rounds today. Let's see what Valors can get going here on their force. Synthetic kind of just hanging out again here on the default, spread out quite a bit. Looking to clear top connector in short. Tosses a nade into connector where there is a CT. I believe that's used still, but... Or excuse me, red at the top connector. Water there, but regardless, Sin finding their way onto the B side in unison there, coming up with 4 huge picks. It's going to be only used remaining here in water with the HP tie. Be able to finish him off, and Synthetic increases their lead to 5 rounds here on Overpass. Valors on a full eco here. They're likely not in for too good of a time this round, but Hughes does have that deagle in hand. Maybe he can acquire a rifle for himself, get something going from there. And Tender with some incredible intuition. I'm not sure if he heard a footstep there or not, but perfect Galil headshot onto Melio. Oh boy. That's definitely going to put Valors on notice. High rotating up towards short, trying to get a pick there near A default. Hughes does get a stop there in the midst of all that chaos, but ultimately traded out. That's only going to leave Incred and Tensky remaining here for the CT side. Planted at the A site, not a whole lot in credit Tensky can do here. Looks like they're just hanging out in CT halls looking for exits now. It's raining teas upon them as Garrett flies down the stairs from up above, lands the Mac 10 kill. That's going to leave only Incred remaining up here in heaven. Incred has visuals on Garrett and Water, but Garrett's still able to turn around and hit the Mac 10 headshot. Synthetic continuing to find their chemistry here on Overpass, and Valors looking for a big stop this round. They are on a full proper buy now. And Cred with that AWP in hand once more. Let's see what he can do. Synthetic advancing towards the B side. Looks like they do want to get some sort of 2-3 split here going. Bomb not with them at the moment. He's kind of hanging way back towards spawn. Looks like he's going to regroup now. On the peak at Monster Tunnel, he's gonna get the bomb down. Risky play there from Tender, being the lurker with the bomb in hand. That's a big mistake there from Synthetic. Even if they were just gonna distract A and send the bomb to last second, you can't get caught peeking like that. Couple trades going out again there at Monster. Synthetic at the one-man disadvantage, still looking to take the B site, however. Raha moving inside, does find both Melio and Jay. And Cred eventually trading him out from heaven, but Legacy trading right back after the bomb plant. And what a turnaround there late in the round from Synthetic. That is a heartbreaker for Valors, who is not going to be able to get rifles this round. And the pressure is mounting for Valors to make something happen here, trailing by 7 now here on map 3. Melio getting aggressive with the 5-7, already making his way past Fountain, somehow comes up with 2 kills already, and Cred getting wild as well with the P250, takes out Legacy, trades go out. It's going to be only Tender remaining with the AK-47, does not have the C4 in his possession. And what a ridiculous round. Valor's not able to capitalize on their first defensive rifle buy, but it looks like they might be able to clutch their eco. Tender just trying to save this weapon. Maybe get an exit for himself in the process. That looked like a very uncomfortable corpse. Just hands sticking up in the air like that. Tender narrowly missing the kill onto Tensky, and then gets caught quick switching, but still gets the nade kill. So Valor's somehow capitalizing on a ridiculous eco there after pushing past Fountain early. And Now trading by just 6. Let's see what they can make happen here. Way onto the B side, finds Melio over by Graffiti, but Tensky shutting things down in the side there. You simultaneously able to get a stop there at B as well. That's gonna swing the one-man advantage to Valors. Let's see if they can close this round out. Synthetic allowing some more time off the clock, but it looks like it's going to be a late 8 commit. Graha leading the way, clears truck, and Cred down. He's going to go for the plant. Legacy backing him up from long there, taking out Jay. Tensky on the rotation from Dumpster. Does find one. Graha able to trade back. Use left in a 1v2 here to retake. Gets one in long, brings it to a 1v1, but not able to finish off Garrett. And that will be a 14th round going the way of Synthetic. Things looking a bit troublesome here for Valors. Looks like a timeout will be taken likely by Valors here. Hughes and Melio do have silenced M4s in hand, but their teammates are going to be a big question mark here in terms of weaponry. Jay able to get an A1S as well. Gonna have to forego the head armor. And Cred settling for a FAMAS. Tensky still undecided here. Tensky able to squeeze out an A1S as well. Live play will be resuming. Only 2 sets of head armor here on the CT side. We'll see if that ends up affecting them. He's already pushing all the way down past long with Jay at his side. Graha takes out Jay, but Yu's able to get the trade. And Cred getting aggressive at Fountain again. Capitalizing with the FAMAS. Gets that single pick behind Fountain. The way onto the B side with under a minute left. Tensky trades back after Garrett gets that initial headshot near Monster. Tide does get the bomb planted, left in a 1v2, but Yu's going to be able to finish him off there. Valor's going to secure the defuse, and they're not out of this series quite yet.
Counter-terrorists win.
Timeout taken once more. Potentially by either team here. I don't have the logs accessible. But Synthetic going to be opting for upgraded pistols. Valor's going to need to do whatever they have to capitalize this round. Live play resuming. Let's see if Valors decides to get aggressive at Fountain again. And Cred just really likes getting those early peaks out at Fountain. But Synthetic looks like they're setting up for a B rush here. They're slowing things down though for both B tunnels. And Cred pushing all the way through Playground. But Synthetic not vulnerable to that quite yet. Synthetic looking to advance onto the B side. With the initial stop there near Monster. Graha taking him out with the Tech 9 inside. Jay and Tensky playing their roles on the A1S stops. Jay finishing off Ty at the end of the round there. And Valors grabbing a 9th round for themselves. They've sliced that lead of Synthetics down to 5. Synthetic not left with a whole lot of cash to work with, so Valors needs to capitalize once again here. They're pushing through the smoke at Monster Tunnel. Tensky gonna be on the other side of that, switches away to try to dodge the flash. Ty gonna make him pay for that. Garrett backing him up at the B side as well with the Desert Eagle, brings it to a 3-on-3 scenario. Minute 20 still for Synthetic to work with here. Nice little Deagle headshot from Legacy as he makes his way in from long. Jay peeking from Dumpster will finish off Legacy with the A1S. Leaves us in a 2-on-2, less than 55 seconds on the clock. Ty still with that C4 in his possession. He's got Garrett going B for the potential distraction here. Looks like Ty's actually making his way back through Connector. And he will indeed safely make his way into Connector, although Valor's gonna start being a bit more suspicious of B in a moment. Both Valor's players still keeping an eye on A, though. Melio now rotating back into heaven, hits the headshot onto Ty. Bit of a spam shot, actually. Garrett gonna be able to recover the bomb. Will he get the plant in time? He does. Garrett left in a 1v2 versus Jay and Melio. Smoke has been dropped. Garrett with a nice peek there into heaven. Takes care of Jay. Tries to peek out from default to get the final kill on Melio. Not able to do so. Melio responding with that AK fire, secures the defuse, and Valors potentially within striking distance now, trailing by just 4 rounds. Synthetic continuing to let some time off the clock here. Looks like they do potentially want to take the bomb A, but they need to go back and pick it up now. Garrett and Jay peeking into bathroom from long side. So they have a bit of information now. Synthetic still advancing towards the A side. Legacy with the initial pick traded out by Jay. Garrett with a nice headshot there towards default. Ty and Tender doing their parts, and Garrett good for a second AK-47 headshot. That's going to put Synthetic at series point here. Leading 15-10. It looks like Valors will take a timeout. Valors, I'm sure, wishes they had a bit more funds to work with here. They're really backed up against the wall, buying what they can here. 2 Desert Eagles, 5-7, Tensky, and Jay. Still undecided here. It looks like we just lost a player there. Grapha disconnecting. So it looks like this actually is a tech pause. Give us just a moment here to confirm this isn't anything too serious. Graha is officially back in the server. Live play will be resuming here. Synthetic still sitting at series point, leading 15-10 here on map 3. Graha makes the initial peek towards Fountain. Used down Graha, good for a second. Things not looking too good here for Valors. They only have a Deagle to work with now. Jay, the final player remaining here to keep Valor's hopes alive. He would need a 1v5, and they would need 5 rounds in a row here. Looks away at just the wrong moment. Graha gonna finish him off there after rotating it back from Playground. Congrats to Synthetic for a long, well-fought series there. Props to both teams. That really went the distance. They really gave us a show here, ladies and gentlemen. Went overtime on both of the first two maps, went double OT on the second map. There was quite a few moments where it seemed like Valors could have really swung things in their favor, specifically here on Overpass, but that was not the case. Still a very exciting series. Always great to see Hughes play as well. Shout out to the ex-GGPR player there. But looks like we're going to be signing off until tomorrow. We might be doing the advanced grand final tomorrow between Godset and ATK. We'll let you guys know for sure tomorrow if that's going down. But until then, you can give me a follow here on Twitch if you're not already. You can give me a follow on Twitter as well at Hamtaro1H. Until next time, guys, have a great night.